backyard. Last house on Jackson. Work with it.
About scrum for 4 days later on out for a quick clear.
So at Angelo State, I've participated in several volunteer projects and leadership positions, especially with the Center for Student Involvement, going to different communities, not just within Texas, but internationally as well through different outreach programs within the community. It definitely has molded me into a stronger and better leader. I feel that because of the different types of people I've been able to get exposed to as a result of being a student at Angelo State, I've definitely stepped out of my element, became uncomfortable, which is important, especially as a student and especially as a future professional within my career field.
With the Philosophy Club, I got my first chance to go to an academic conference. And that was super cool because I got to go see the cutting edge of a field that I wasn't even aware had a cutting edge. And I see these people from all other universities coming together, and I see my classmates from Angelo State going to present their papers with the rest of them. And it was a really cool experience. It completely changed how I saw academics in general.
They always offer internships. There's plenty of opportunities to go serve in your community. They have plenty of really any resource that you could have for community involvement or even becoming involved with the student body. There's always activities going on. There's always stuff going on in the university center.
A lot of people do not realize at Angelo State what kind of opportunities are available for our students. They think they have to go to a large university to have all of these different opportunities. And then they're one in 1,000 that are trying to get these opportunities. Whereas if they come to ASU, they're one in a few that have the opportunity to try new things and have the same opportunities that they would have at a larger university.
Because I was enabled to go and have these experiences at conferences and other meetings like that, I've learned how to contribute to the larger academic discussion. And so because of that, I've been able to already submit my own papers and present them at other universities and represent ASU and myself in that way.
today's a celebration. Today is more than an announcement. It is a new open door here in San Angelo. My whole background was in the farming and ranching business, so even though we raise cattle, not sheep and goats, you can't take the passion out of a farm girl. So today is special to me also for the very reason that anything that we can do to help support the agricultural community is important to me. We often talk about the oil and gas industry because that's sort of been the hot topic lately, and yet what we always go back to is the foundation that the agricultural community has always represented in San Angelo, Texas. So today is a great beginning. It's a great day to celebrate the long history of San Angelo being an inland wool and mohair capital of the world. Some people forget about that old title. Some people forget about the fact that we used to have a Miss Wool parade here, and it was nationally televised. It was such a big thing in this city, and it made San Angelo really well known because of that. So today is about a lot of history. It's about a lot of things that help make up this great city that we live in. So it's good to see this many people coming out and helping us celebrate this achievement. It's great to see how many people were a part of and a piece of making this happen. And when people talk about bureaucracy, it's amazing how fast bureaucracy can work from the beginning of a conversation to an actual assigned contract. This is probably the fastest we've ever moved and been able to move forward and sign a deal and get somebody in business and in a business that's really important to us. So thank you for being here and congratulations. So excited.
Thank you, Mayor Gunter. I'm overwhelmed. This town has been more than graceful to this family. We came here with an idea, with a passion in the lamb industry. We brought it from Colorado. As most of you know, we know what happened in Colorado, but we move on forward, and that's what we do. But behind this passion is my family. So let's take a minute here and introduce my family. And I want them to come up here, and we'll do the social distancing thing. First, my son, Jeff, and his family. Jeff, come on up here. And his wife, Cindy, his daughter, Jaden, and his son, Jacob. What Jeff does for Double J is he takes care of the lamb industry. And so then I'd like to introduce my daughter's family over here. Oh, man, did I blow it. And I went over this. I went over this in my mind, and I blew it. The most important person in a successful business is who? Your wife. And here is my wife. Yes, my wife, Joe. Oh, gosh, I knew it. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right. That's all right.
And, okay, so the next slide is our daughter. My daughter, Kelly, and her husband, Bryce, and their 3 children, Austin, Madison, and Chloe. And what Kelly does for us is run Double J Meat Packing in Colorado. It's another packing plant in Pierce, Colorado. We do bison and cattle at that packing facility. So what brings us to Texas? This plant brings us to Texas. I knew about this plant back in the 1990s when it was built. I had some relationships down here with many people in the greater San Angelo area. I attended the sale barn. So back then I was interested in it and I saw it. So I always knew this opportunity was here. Until we visited 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I guess, we really realized, we thought this plant was kind of tired, put away, and it wasn't. We saw an opportunity. We saw an opportunity to bring lamb business back to Texas. Along with that, we're looking forward to working with the sheep producers in the Texas greater area. We're looking forward to bringing Western Slope lambs down here to Texas. And we're also looking forward to supplying the great state of Texas with lamb out of Texas, out of this plant. I think that we've been involved in the business now for quite a long time, and I've never had the welcoming or the support from a city like San Angelo. From the day we got here, the next day we had dinner with the Mayor Gunter and Michael Looney, who I can say both of those people have greatly helped support us throughout this venture. And I deeply appreciate the kindness, the quickness, and everything that's happened for us to get this thing off the ground. Today we have 2 or 3 construction crews working on this facility. So we are in the speed up mode. We're trying to get things done. We're bringing in many people to get this thing going because we would like to be processing our first lamb, let's say, in 30 days. Oh, not 30 days. I'm saying 3 months. Excuse me. 3 months. We would like to. We'd like to. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So we already, when I said 30 days, I saw we have 2 support people that already work for Double J Lamb in Texas from Colorado, and they're back there in the corner, back there in the Ron and Azar. So these guys are down here full time, helping us get started, overseeing things. So we really appreciate being here. I am overwhelmed again by the support and by everybody taking the time today over a long holiday vacation to take your time to come out and see us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It is 8:30 a.m. on Tuesday, April the 6th, and we will call this meeting to order. We will start today's meeting with our chaplain prayer and pledges, and we have Gary and Marcella Jenkins here to lead us in the prayer and pledges.
Mayor Gunter, members of the City Council, and all that are here today, good morning. Will you join with me as we pray? Father in heaven, in the name of Jesus, we bow before you to say thank you for another day that you have blessed us to come together and to assemble to take care of the business of running the city. We ask you for your wisdom, for your favor. We ask you, Father, to endow the members of the City Council with the knowledge and the understanding and wisdom they will need to take care of the business of this city. We thank you, dear Lord, for each and every person that's here. We seek your guidance and your counsel, and we pray, God, that you will be pleased with that which we do as we glorify you. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, in one and indivisible.
We have 4 proclamations this morning, and we will start off with the first one, which is the proclamation of April 2021 as I Choose Angelo State Month. And I'm sure we've got General Hawkins, President Hawkins here in the audience with perhaps some other folks here, so please come forward. Angelo State University and the community of San Angelo are partnering together in celebration of current students, future students, faculty, staff, and alumni who have chosen to contribute to higher education at ASU. Angelo State University, with an enrollment of 10,775 undergraduate and graduate students, is an integral part of the city and a citadel of higher learning in West Texas. ASU employs 420 faculty members, 560 staff members, and 750 student workers who are a vital part of this community. 51,431 students have graduation from ASU since its inception in 1965. Over the years, Angelo State University's educational opportunities have grown to include 1 doctoral degree in physical therapy, 31 master's programs, 50 undergraduate programs, and over 100 majors and concentrations. This year, Angelo State University is celebrating its 92nd graduating class. The month of April 2021 will be celebrated as I Choose Angelo State Month at Angelo State University by current and future students, faculty, staff, and alumni through campus events, social media, and local media outlets. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as I Choose Angelo State Month in San Angelo and call upon the citizens of our area to recognize this remarkable display of pride in our community and the comprehensive educational opportunities at Angelo State University. Would you like to offer some comments?
Mayor Gunter, the City Council, and all the members that are present here today, we thank you for this opportunity to recognize I Chose Angelo State Month, and the reason behind that is we want to be the university here in San Angelo such that San Angelo is known as a college town where the graduates do graduate and they do go out to do great things in the world. And we want to recognize 3 individuals, if we could, that have chosen Angelo State, one from Howard College, one from Lakeview High School, and the other from Central High School. Morgan Fowler from Howard College, Daisy Hare from Lakeview High School, and Arcelia Pena Ramirez from Central High School. Arcelia is going to be looking into animal science here at Angelo State. Daisy is going to be looking into history, and I believe Morgan is going down the nursing kinesiology route. So thank you very much.
Our next proclamation is National Autism Acceptance. Do we have someone in the audience to come forward and accept the proclamation? April is Autism Acceptance Month and is an opportunity to recognize the contributions of individuals with autism and to dedicate this time to the cause of better understanding and responding to autism. Autism affects an estimated 1 in 54 children and 1 in 4 adults. Early diagnosis and intervention tailored to individual needs can have lifelong benefits. It is known that with proper education, training, and community living options, individuals with autism can lead distinguished, productive lives in their communities and strive to reach their fullest potential. It is an honor to take part in the annual observance of Autism Month to address the diverse needs of individuals and families affected by autism. The ABC Center for Children is an autism program with the MR Services for the Concho Valley, spearheading an awareness effort in order to educate parents, professionals, and the public about autism, highlighting the need for early intervention. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2021 as National Autism Acceptance Month in San Angelo, Texas, and encourage all citizens to share the responsibility in promoting autism awareness. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of San Angelo to be affixed this 6th day of April 2021. Congratulations, and please offer us some words.
Thank you, Mayor. We want to thank you. I'm Greg Rowe with MHMR, and I have with me the ABC Center for Children, a program of MHMR's, and with Ashley Allwine, our program director. And Ashley, I know I don't want to put you on the spot. Would you introduce your staff, please? And Ashley is also a board-certified behavior analyst. We're very honored to be able to serve folks and promote awareness of autism. As the mayor said in the proclamation, 1 in 54 folks are diagnosed with autism. And our goal is to work with kids, work with their families to improve communication skills, social skills, and improve behavior, and get the word out that autism is something that can be worked with and people can improve and do better in school and do better in life. So thank you very much for your support, Mayor and City Council, and thank you very much.
Great. Let's have a picture. Our next proclamation is a proclamation of the military child. Do we have folks here to accept this proclamation? If so, please come forward. I see some uniforms, so come on. Since 1986, the Department of Defense has recognized military children during the month of April. The commitment and sacrifice of our military's youngest heroes in supporting the brave men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces is worthy of honor and celebration. The unique demands upon the children of our military personnel do not go unnoticed, from often being the new child in school or the feeling of missing a parent deployed while serving our country. Here in San Angelo, we are blessed to have Goodfellow Air Force Base, strong military families that call our community home, add so much to our West Texas community. Today, and for the month of April, we will make a special effort to lift up our military families and to salute them and the contribution and resilience of our military children. As part of this salute, San Angelo ISD is partnering with the City of San Angelo to honor our military families and children. The city and SAISD invite all our San Angelo community to join in our salute and gratitude. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, and together with San Angelo Independent School District administrators, principals, educators, staff, and students do hereby proudly proclaim the month of April as Month of the Military Child, and urge all citizens of San Angelo to acknowledge the occasion of this month in honor and recognition of the outstanding strength of our military children and their families in gratitude of their sacrifice. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council and together with San Angelo Independent School District administrators, principals, educators, staff, and students, do hereby proudly proclaim the month of April as Month of the Military Child and urge all citizens of San Angelo to acknowledge the occasion of this month in honor and recognition of the outstanding strength of our military children and their families in gratitude of their sacrifice. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of San Angelo to be affixed this 6th day of April 2021. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor Gunter and members of the City Council. We are so proud of our military students and all of the sacrifices and hard work that they do, and very appreciative of our partnership with Goodfellow. We have Colonel Boomshire here this morning. Oh, Chief Boomershire, I'm sorry, Chief Boomershire, and my apologies. And Teresa Goodwin, who is our liaison, she helps us to help facilitate to where our students transition to San Angelo and really feel comfortable and a part of our community and a part of our schools. So we cannot say thank you to her enough. And of course, we have Dr. Deathloff here who will speak here in just a moment. But I do want to invite you all to celebrate with us all month long. We kicked off on April 1st. Thanks to ASU President General Hawkins. We appreciate you helping us salute all of our families. It means so much coming from you who has had that experience as a military child and on the service side. So thank you for your service and thank you for sharing that message. And we will continue to celebrate all month long. Y'all can tune in on our Facebook page tomorrow. We will do a live read aloud with Colonel Byrd, Lauren Byrd, who is also a parent of a Glenmore student. She will do a live read aloud of the Brand New Kid by Katie Couric that talks about the special experience of a military child. So we're excited about that, and we will have even more going on. Just stay tuned to our Facebook page. And then for the next week, we will be doing Spirit Week. We invite y'all to dress up in purple on April 15th because that is the color to show your support. And just join us in supporting these kids and these families. They do add so much to our West Texas community. So now I'm going to let Dr. Deathloff speak just for a moment.
Good morning, and thank you, Whitney. First, I just want to recognize Mayor and City Council for your efforts and service, so thank you for your service to our community. I also want to lift up the interconnectedness of the proclamations that we heard today. SAISD, we certainly want to lift up our students with autism. I think it's an incredible highlight that President Hawkins mentioned our Lakeview graduate and Central graduate. We want them to choose the university of choice in Texas, Angelo State University. So we're excited about lifting up all the proclamations this morning. And certainly, April being the month of the military child, we have 778 direct connections with Goodfellow Air Force Base with our military children. So 778 military children attend SAISD, and they certainly enrich the fabric of our school district and community. My spouse is a military child, and she reminds me that she is much more worldly and gifted than I am almost daily. So we do want to lift up our military children, and I just want to thank you for your service and those in the audience who have served as well. So thank you for the proclamations, Mayor, and it's a privilege to work in direct partnership with Goodfellow Air Force Base.
I really appreciate this effort and the understanding that our families serve along with us. Our families do serve, and our children serve. And I can't thank you enough for making San Angelo and SAISD, for making this a home for them while they're here. They feel welcomed, they feel included, and they feel like just for as long as we have them, that they do have a home. So thank you for that.
And our last recognition is of Mary Cleveland for her retirement after 30 years with the city of San Angelo. And Mary is not here today to receive this proclamation, but it is as follows. Billing and Receipts Manager Mary Cleveland is retiring from the city of San Angelo after 31 years of dedicated service. Mary started working with the city back in 1990 as an accounts payable clerk and worked her way up through the finance department while earning an accounting degree in her free time. While all of her co-workers will miss Mary, she certainly deserves her retirement. Her hard work and diligence have greatly benefited our city, and it is safe to say that her institutional knowledge base and ways of finding answers to difficult situations will be greatly missed by both customers and co-workers alike. All who work with Mary consider her to be not only a valuable asset to our city, but also an enjoyable presence in the office. We know Mary will enjoy traveling and spending time with her husband Jimmy, who also recently retired from the city, spoiling her grandkids, listening to her favorite rock and roll music, and reading an entire library full of books. We wish her the best in all of her future endeavors. The city of San Angelo has been blessed by Mary's commitment and service to this place we call home. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, do hereby recognize and applaud Mary Cleveland for her achievement and positive determination to make a difference in our community. Let's give Mary a round of applause. We have one last proclamation of the Fair Housing Month. Do we have anyone here to receive this proclamation today? Please come forward. We have lots of folks. Come on. We love that. Herds are good. The Fair Housing Act, enacted on April 11, 1968, enshrined into federal law and the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. The Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based off race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. The City of San Angelo is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. Our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. More than 50 years after the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists and many communities remain segregated. Acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Therefore, I, Brenda Gunter, Mayor of San Angelo, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2021 as Fair Housing Month. In San Angelo, Texas, an inclusive community committed to fair housing and to promoting appropriate activities by private and public entities to provide and advocate for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents of San Angelo, Texas. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and have caused the official seal of the City of San Angelo to be affixed this 6th day of April 2021.
On behalf of the San Angelo Association of Realtors, we'd like to thank the Mayor and the City Council for acknowledging this very important topic. As you know, as realtors, our primary political interests are in home ownership and private property rights. So those are the things that we look for in the Fair Housing Act, and people having the opportunity equally to have the chance to at home ownership is very important to us. In that vein, we're also going to be having on the 15th in the evening a training session for our realtors, which is going to be a webinar. It will be recorded and will be put on our website or our Facebook page, hopefully by the 16th, so anybody in the public can see it, giving us all the new information and the latest things that are going on in fair housing. So again, on behalf of the San Angelo Association of Realtors, we thank you for this proclamation. Thank you.
We will now move into the public comment portion of our agenda today. Just to remind everyone, please state your name and address or SMD area. Each citizen can speak just once per item unless asked to comment by council. Public comment will be 3 minutes unless extended by council or translation services, and the proponent or opponent 5 minutes unless extended by council or translation services. Council has no obligation to respond to comments or questions from the public. Any response from a member of the City Council to non-agenda comments is limited to 1, a statement of specific factual information, 2, recitation of existing policy, and 3, directing staff to place a subject on a future agenda. So at this point in time, we will open up the meeting to public comment. Do I have individuals here who would like to come forward and speak? Please come forward. And as we said, if you'll state your name and go ahead and get to the microphone, please.
My name is Justin Walcott. Good morning.
Good morning.
I live at 1818 South Harrison, apartment number 23. My question is about our poisoning of our city's water supply. What progress have we made, and what further efforts is the city putting forward?
Let me just say that we have a presentation in our regular agenda today, and they will address all of your questions at that point in time. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in this morning. Who else would like to come forward on public comment? Please.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jennifer Poppy, SMD5. My fiance and I have been here a few times and also attended a planning commission meeting regarding some driving range lights in our residential neighborhood that have been a problem with light trespass. January council meeting passed the zone change of Next Level Sports driving and including their driving range under the guidelines that planning had set forth that the owner had to shield the driving range lights. The neighbors and I have noticed no change 2 months after the January council meeting. So I called Rudy Ibarra for an update. He said the lights had been shielded and planning had gone out to the facility and evaluated that, but it was unsatisfactory. It did not resolve the problem. So I called planning and talked to Jeff Fisher. He confirmed that planning had gone out, inspected the shielding, and it was unsatisfactory, did not resolve the problem. And he assured me that planning had sent out a notification to the owner of Next Level Sports with options that he had to resolve the problem. Jeff Fisher said he would give me an update. He did. He called about 2 weeks after that and let me know. He left a voicemail and let me know that no further action was going to be taken per the city manager, and if I had any more questions to call the city manager directly, and I did. I spoke to you, Mr. Valenzuela, regarding the issue and told him the issue was not resolved. Neighbors have not noticed any difference. I haven't noticed any difference. Nobody's enjoying their yards due to this still after over a year. This started February of last year. Mr. Valenzuela told me that no further action was going to be taken because the owner had done everything that planning had required him to do, even though it didn't work. Mr. Valenzuela did tell me that he and John James, the director of planning, had gone out to the facility as well to evaluate the shielding and everything the owner had done, but also said the same thing. They noticed it did not resolve the problem. They could visually see that. I asked Mr. Valenzuela why the other part of the ordinance also wasn't being enforced. He said we know that there's glare issues, and glare is mentioned in the ordinance, and it's still not being enforced. Mr. Valenzuela also said the reason they're not moving forward, making the owner properly shield his lights and get rid of the light trespasses, because the owner's attorney got involved, and the owner feels harassed at this point. I let Daniel Valenzuela know the people being harassed here are the people in our neighborhood for over a year now that cannot enjoy their properties. And I guess my question today to you is, why is the ordinance not being enforced? Why isn't anything being done? I have copies of the ordinance if anybody needs to read it to clarify any wording in it. I want those copies of the light ordinance and what it says, or...
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Daniel.
No, it is true. We did meet. Actually, I went out there a couple of times and met with Sean Box. We actually had a few staff members that went out there the second time, and we did review to take a look at what Mr. Box had done. And Mr. Box had responded to the plan development, or the planned development actually that we had, the city council had approved, certain things that had to be done on site. He did do the shielding. He did face the lights downward as he was expected to do. He went an additional step and actually put a cover, a film over the light itself to kind of reduce the glare as well. So the things that was required of him in the plan development, he actually did accomplish. And again, going out there to meet with him, he also presented information comparing the previous light to the current light situation. And there's a lot of similarities as far as what was there before as well. So what I was telling you is that as far as the plan development, all that was required has been met. So as far as the interpretation, as far as what's in the ordinance, there is mention of glare, yes. But again, what he addressed with us was the fact that he had reduced that glare. We know he has reduced that glare. Now it becomes do we change the ordinance? Do we make changes to the plan development? What is it exactly that needs to be done? But at this point, what I'm saying is that what is required of Mr. Box in the next level was accomplished as far as requirements.
Yes. Again, it did not resolve the issue, and the ordinance is still being violated, and it's not being enforced. I guess that's my question. Why is the ordinance not being enforced?
Well, the ordinance is being enforced. It has been enforced. That's why the requirements were made to the plan development as far as what needed to be done. So again, when you look at the ordinance and how it's defined, Mr. Box will make a certain claim. You'll make a certain claim as far as what you experience as far as the glare. And his is that I've done everything that's been asked of me to reduce that glare, and here it is. So on our end, just taking a look at what was required by council was accomplished by Mr. Box. Again, whether that meets your satisfaction or not, even if he does more work on it, his concern, Mr. Box's concern, any other work that he does to it will not meet your satisfaction or anyone else's satisfaction. He does feel like he's being much higher standard. So on our end, we wanted to make sure that we took a look at what the concern was and make sure that he did address it. Again, going back to that plan development, he did address it according to what was required to him.
Yes, I agree with that. I know he's made some changes, and a lot of those changes were made prior to the January council meeting, which did not help the situation at all. The shielding was the only new thing added. I'm taking it, and it still has not resolved the problem.
Your time limit's up. Thank you very much.
Can I get one question?
Yes.
On what criteria was deemed unsatisfactory?
As far as the lighting, it always stems from the glare situation. And again, what Mr. Box was required to do was to reduce that glare. What was put place in the plan development, as far as the facing the lights downward, doing the shielding, he did those things. Plus, he added an additional item that wasn't required of him, and he put a film on those lights as well to reduce that glare.
Who deemed those efforts unsatisfactory in the long run after the visits? She said that code enforcement
There were certain recommendations, some other ideas that could be that he could actually push forward and do as well. But he had already met the requirements of the plan development. So at that point, he wasn't required to do any more than that.
All right, that stops the public comment on this item. Okay. Thank you. Any further public comment? With no further, I'm going to read a statement concerning Suddenlink. We'd like to address the ongoing matter with Suddenlink Communications. We are fully aware of the dissatisfaction and frustration so many of you are experiencing with your service. We also understand that there are many complaints related to the lack of customer service. We want you all to know that we hear you and sympathize with you, and we know you have huge frustrations with your service. When you entered into a residential service agreement with Suddenlink, you agreed to contract provisions related to how disputes would be handled. Those provisions require arbitration on an individual basis. As a result, the city is not able to intervene on behalf of the citizens, and any class action lawsuits against Suddenlink would be prohibited. Any disputes or issues an individual might have must be dealt with between that individual and Suddenlink. The city cannot do anything on behalf of the citizens of San Angelo regarding Suddenlink. We understand that filing a formal dispute against a company seems daunting to many citizens, so we have created information to assist you with that process. The city has outlined steps, including sample documents that residents can use if they wish to file a formal notice of dispute and arbitration against Suddenlink. This information can be found at cosatx.us/Suddenlink. There you will also find a video interview and step-by-step guidance on the notice of dispute and arbitration process, including sample forms that you can use to imitate this process. This information will be sent out to the public later this morning. It is our hope that our citizens will utilize this information to formally voice their concerns to Suddenlink in the form required by your contracts. We will continue to advocate for better service on behalf of our citizens, but the strongest voice in the conversation is yours. Are we going to play that video or just put it out there later today?
Brian has already posted and made live the page that deals with Suddenlink information, and that video is posted on that page.
And when we say that you have entered into that contract, what we want to make sure all the individuals, and there are many, many, many of you, hundreds of you who are unhappy with Suddenlink service. The city has forwarded your complaints to the FCC. The Better Business Bureau has forwarded your complaints to the FCC. We have written letters that were certified and delivered to all of our representatives in Congress, our Texas state legislators, our Washington, D.C. representatives. They've all received certified letters. We also sent a certified letter to the CEO, who is in New York City. We've never received back a copy that he signed for that letter. We have called his office on multiple occasions and left messages, of which none of them have been returned. No phone call has ever been returned. So we are saying to you, we will work with you. We'll sit beside you if we need us to help you fill out the forms and follow through. We want to help you in this process because we know it's an unacceptable level of customer service, unacceptable level of not understanding the bill and an ongoing changing of the bill and the information on your bill. I know that many of you made phone calls to them to be told that they would do something relative to the price you are charged for your service, only it never happens, and then very often you get more expensive bills in the mail. The confusion is unacceptable. I don't know how many adjectives I can add to this conversation in terms of how unacceptable, how customer service is obviously not at the top of their list in terms of what they deliver to you all. It's obvious customer service and individual customers are not important to them because they continue to be confusing. They continue to not show up on time. The laundry list is very long, but let's make sure that we communicate that to them on a one-on-one basis. We will also ask other cities to join in this effort so that they understand it is not a San Angelo only effort. And I repeat, we cannot do a class action suit, but we can certainly make phone calls to other cities and encourage them to follow the same process as we are, so that the Suddenlink organization and the company that owns Suddenlink hears loudly the dissatisfaction that exists with Suddenlink. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes, Billy.
What is the hindrance, and I'm not sure whether this question can be answered here or not, but what is the hindrance to us seeking another cable service company to provide some competition? Because based on what we see, the only thing that's going to cause them to change is if there's some competitors out there. So what is the hindrance?
The private, they're a privately owned company or a publicly owned company, and anybody who wants to can come into this city. There's no prohibition to another company coming into this city, but they have to want to invest in this city and be a part of this community. We did not invite Suddenlink to come into this community. That was a business model that chose to be here. There are companies that are looking at San Angelo in terms of putting fiber down. Broadband is a big conversation right now. But it is about private investment. It's not about the city. We don't own. We have a contract to allow them to use our right of way. That's the only negotiation we have, or the only element that we have attached to them.
Am I hearing you say that there is no hindrance if the community somehow wants to try to seek an additional service company to come into San Angelo?
There are additional services here in San Angelo.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but
Billy, the bottom line is we don't have enough subscribers to attract a Comcast, an AT&T. The subscriber base is not. It's a business decision on those other companies' parts not to come to San Angelo because there's not enough subscribers. That's just the bottom line. While it frustrates all of us, we can't do anything about the number of subscribers.
And, I hear you, Tommy, but that was the same thing that was said about the airline, that we didn't have enough business to support more than one airline. Well, guess what? Starting April 21st, we're going to have another airline. So, I hear what everybody's saying, but the only thing that's going to cause Suddenlink to do anything different is competition. So
and that I
rest my case.
To the mayor's point, some business has got to say we're going to make an entry into San Angelo, and that's not anything we can control.
It's a very expensive investment actually to come in. That's one of the barriers to actually coming in. We talk about fiber optics. We talk about everything that would be required of that company to come in and set up shop here in San Angelo. There's a high risk, as mentioned by Tommy. We already have all these subscribers that are with Suddenlink. We could say, well, all of those will go to this other company if they just came on board. Well, the risk for that company is, we know that for sure that's going to happen if you come and invest that huge of an investment. On our end, absolutely, we would love to have competition. That's exactly what we need here. But right now we're dealing with what we have, and we want to make sure that, as the mayor mentioned a while ago, we go after Suddenlink any way we possibly can to make them respond. So this is what we're doing at this point. But again, yes, Billy, we would love to have competition, and we have talked to a couple of groups that would be interested. But again, that's one of the barriers, is the cost associated with coming in here, that huge investment.
Somebody has to be willing to make that investment, and there are people in town laying fiber. So there's obviously hope for some alternatives. There is Frontier, who is here and offers a service. But again, it's a question mark of whether people want to change or whether they're wanting to stay with Suddenlink because it's too much of a hassle not to. But there is competition, and there is more competition coming. But it is a huge investment. Fiber is a huge investment on any company's part. And as San Angelo exists, we're a small market.
Right.
So people are looking for larger markets where their return on investment is greater.
And I understand that, Mayor, but to be competition, it has to be comparable competition. And what we have now is not comparable competition.
That's not in our hands.
Yeah, I hear you.
Any further public comment? With none, we will move into the consent agenda. And I am going to pull J and K from the consent agenda so that Mr. Witt will be able to leave when those items are discussed. But with that, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of J and K?
So moved.
Tommy has moved, and a second by Lane. All in favor supporting the consent agenda with the exception of J and K, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. So, Billy, if you'd like to leave, we will go ahead and discuss items J and K. J is the second reading of ordinances. 1, CP 21-01, amending the City of San Angelo Comprehensive Plan, changing certain lands from the neighborhood future land use to the commercial future land use, being .16 acres located in the 200 block of West 23rd Street, and 2, Z21-01, rezoning property from the general commercial, heavy commercial, and single-family residential zoning districts to the general commercial zoning district located at 2218 Martin Luther King Drive, 3 lots in the 200 block of West 22nd Street and 1 block in the 200 block of West 23rd Street, being 1.125 acres. John?
Yes, were there particular questions about those items?
Just in case, council, does anyone have a question on item J? Then may I have a motion to approve item J?
So moved.
So moved. Lane made a motion. Tommy seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
None opposed. Sorry, I didn't ask for public comment on that. All right, item K, second reading of an ordinance providing for the abandonment of 6,582 square feet of the south side of the West 23rd Street right-of-way between Martin Luther King Drive and Farr Street. Do I have any questions from council on item K?
No, ma'am.
With none, may I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
So moved by Tommy, seconded by Lane. Any public comment on item K? With no public comment on item K, we will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
With none opposed, motion passes 6-0. With that, it completes our consent agenda. We will now move into our regular agenda. Comments regarding items on the regular agenda may be made by the public when each item is discussed as outlined above. Applicants, proponents, and appellants are accepted from the time limit above and must limit their remarks to less than 5 minutes. The first item on the agenda, welcome back, Billy. Final update regarding February water contamination. So, Allison, you're on.
Morning, Mayor, Council. Allison Struby, Director of Water Utilities. I've got quite a few slides for y'all. Hopefully it's comprehensive and that I can address any questions that y'all may have. Sorry, this is a new clicker. I'm not. Okay, sorry. I'm not going to go through the full history of what we've lived through since February 8th, but I will say that on our city's website, on the Paul Land page, we have a complete timeline of events. So if you would like to see all the press releases, all the different maps, all the different stages that we've been in, test results and things of that nature, that is available on the city's website, and the different press releases, all those videos are available. But starting February 8th, we received multiple phone calls in the Paul Land area that were complaining of odor in their water. Due to us not knowing what was in the water, we went with a conservative approach of a citywide boil water notice. do not use notice. And so we wanted to make sure that we figured out what these constituents were, make sure that they were in an isolated area, and all of that involved testing and quite a bit of time until we could narrow down strictly that it was isolated to the Paulan area and the northern industrial zone, as we've kind of named those two areas. So knowing that it wasn't it was to an isolated area, it was not a source water contamination. And so I know I've said that several times, but I want to keep reiterating, this wasn't a contamination that started out at the water plant or our source water, Lake Nasworthy, OHIV, any of those, that migrated through the entire system. All of that water met drinking water standards, but it was contaminated after the fact within the distribution system. Some of the current conditions, Paulan area, mainly the neighborhood area, all the restrictions are lifted and they're back to normal use just as any other customer within the city limits or within the city. The area is still valved off. I want to make sure that we iterate that. That water cannot flow from the northern industrial part into the Paulan area or the Paulan area into the northern industrial area. So both areas have one-way feeds into them where water cannot circulate through the system. And we are still performing weekly testing and posting that data every Thursday and Friday. The northern industrial area, we do have mainly businesses there, but however, there are 29 residential customers. We are delivering bottled water because they are in a do not consume, do not drink area. And we are still doing weekly testing there and working with TCEQ very diligently so that we can step them out of those restrictions and they can return to their normal water usage. The results from those testing have all been clear, so we aren't seeing the contaminants that we saw on February 8th. And as I go through the presentation, I want you to know that TCEQ is conducting their own and independent investigation. And so they have, it's separate and apart from what we're doing, and so everything I'll be presenting on is what the city has done in those efforts.
You want to talk about, at this point, Allison, on those 29 customers, what the anticipation or what the next steps are for them to get usage of their water?
So TCEQ in Austin, the headquarters of basically the water office, we've emailed them all of the data, all of the samples, our sampling plan. They've requested a whole host of information so that we could take that area back to no restrictions, and we have sent them that information, and they are going through it and analyzing it, and they said they would get back to us later this week so that we can have that discussion on the timing of when that area would be released.
Billy, did you have a question?
A question,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so because this wasn't a source water issue, we talk about it being a backflow issue, and I want to explain what backflow is. So backflow can occur in two ways, either back pressure or back siphonage. Back pressure is when the pressure on the customer side is higher than what the city has. Back siphonage is when reduced or negative pressure in the supply system, and I'm going to go through an example of back siphonage here in a second, and it basically pulls what's on the customer side into the city supply side. So this is a normal, a smaller look at how the distribution system works. So water leaves our treatment facility. The pipelines that serve both customer and residential are the same pipeline. We don't have pipelines that serve commercial and industrial customers and then separate ones that serve residential customers. It is all sent out through the distribution system. But both industrial commercial customers and residential customers can be potential hazards on a water distribution system. So in an instance like a main break, flushing, pump failure, operation and maintenance, firefighting purposes where they're using hydrants or a large water demand, or even just a customer's increased demand can cause water to pool through the distribution system. And in this example, it is showing it could pull water from that industrial customer into the city's water supply. I want to make sure I'm not forgetting any of my notes here. So what's important in how we protect against this is this example is showing to put a backflow prevention device at the city's, basically after the meter. So between that industrial customer's private line and the city's water main. I will say that TCEQ considers premise isolation, which is this example, a backflow prevention device right after the meter, additional backflow measures. The City of San Angelo water system is what's called the water purveyor. We're responsible from the water from the treatment plant through the distribution system to the furthest tap within that customer's usage. So if it's a warehouse facility and there's a sink in the back corner, we're responsible to the water and the safety of that water throughout the building, not just to the meter, all the way through the system. So internal backflow prevention device and ensuring that the water is safe to drink throughout the facility is the responsibility of the water system. I have some notes from TCEQ where they state most cross connections occur between the meter connection and that furthest point. So it's internal backflow or cross connections that we want to try to resolve too.
Do you want to also talk about the residential customer, because I think the conversation generally has been about backflow being a primary problem with industrial commercial customers. But the truth of the matter is residential customers also have many things or opportunities to also create backflow and contamination from an individual residential customer. So can you talk through that?
Yes. So a hose bib on the outside of a house, that's a very, very common way for backflow or back siphonage to occur. I have some examples here in a second that I want to show, but I also have what the little device is, hose bib vacuum breaker that people would install on hose bibs to keep that from happening. We also have those, I'm going to call them a wand in the shower, but they remove and you can shower off with those. Sometimes the cords on them are very long, and if you leave them hanging and you have a sewer backup within that bathtub, that's a cross connection. So you just connected the water supply to the sewer system. I think, let me go through these. Irrigation systems are a potential for cross connection. Rainwater harvesting systems, depending on how that customer has tied that system in. If they tied it into the irrigation system that is also supplied by the city side, that is a cross connection. Like I talked about, hoses, specifically water hoses being left in troughs is the example here, but ponds, fountains, a lot of people, they throw the garden hose in there, they start filling it up, and they go do other things. They don't sit there and allow an air gap between what they're filling. Spas, pools, and the example over here in the top left corner of a mop sink where they've added a hose to that faucet, probably to prevent splashing or to fill up buckets and those type of things. But if that hose were disconnected and laying in that basin, that would be a cross connection. Koi pond or some other pond feature on the right. This bottom deal is showing in a facility, same thing, a hose bib on the outside of the facility, filling up, maybe they're going to spray the grounds or something like that, but filling up a chemical tank, those type of things, or a water makeup line where there's is not air gapped and allowing water to have a free atmospheric zone between it dumps into the basin. So I want to talk about how we find these hazards or these areas of concern, and that is through a customer service inspection. We've been saying the term CSI quite a bit, and so in the water term, not in a police term or anything like that, is a customer service inspection. And it's a inspection of the private side, as I talked about, of systems. Customers pass the meter to that furthest point on their water supply, and it is to identify the potential risk. The purpose of this CSI is to determine if the water service can be safely provided to a site without risk of contamination. We're looking for direct and indirect cross connections, potential contamination hazards, and the CSI is also looking for illegal lead materials. I will say that the CSIs that we had coming to our facility were mainly looking for these top two because it was more of an investigation effort, and we were trying to locate the source of the February 8th contamination.
Mayor, I have
Yes,
a question.
Billy.
Allison, do we currently have any CSIs on the city staff?
So currently, we have been utilizing our plumbing inspectors as CSIs, which under TCEQ rules, a plumbing inspector meets the qualifications for a CSI.
Thank you.
I want to discuss kind of the hardships that of this particular investigation. So I talked about it earlier in that day one, we didn't know what the contaminant was. We knew it had an odor to it that wasn't drinkable water, but we didn't know what those constituents were. As we've discussed, that had to be sent to a lab in Austin, and we've been doing that ever since, of sending that to LCRA labs. We cannot test those constituents here locally. And it is a lengthy test by the time we pull those samples, get them to Austin, and then they undergo their testing. It is a considerable amount of time, and in trying to pinpoint a source, time isn't on our side when it comes to that. So there's plenty of time for people to change operations, to do something different, but also just getting back to where that source came from is difficult. The winter storm right on the back of this contamination event didn't help this investigation at all. The road conditions, businesses shut down, those type of things, let alone we were also battling another water crisis of not having water to half the city. And so that focused our efforts into bringing back our established water service citywide. And so we weren't able to resume that investigation until after the storm had passed. And then we talked about it, I believe, this last time, or I've done it in a press release before, but the volume of contaminant that caused this event could have been less than a gallon. We've looked at those, we had one home that we sampled at that had very high volumes, and based off those numbers, we could backtrace to what those contaminant levels would have been, and it could have been less than a gallon, which could have been either back pressure or back siphonage with as small of volumes that we saw.
Go ahead and take a drink of water.
Okay. Thank you. And I think it's important to note that flow of water is constant. While we issued the do not use February 8th, people were still flushing their toilets. I'm sure there was still maybe people doing some outdoor use. Water did get consumed. We were having to open hydrants to sample. And so the water never stopped moving. We didn't get to say, it didn't cease and stay in the pipeline so that we could back test all the way to a particular facility or a particular address to say this is where it was located. And the other thing that I want to mention it's a hardship, and also it's good that we believe this is a one-time event. It happened, the one slug of water went into the distribution system and did cause the damage that it did, but because it was a one-time event and it wasn't a reoccurring issue, we couldn't locate the source, and so it didn't help with that matter.
You want to talk about, just to clarify where it says contaminant continued to move, we want to make sure people understand that the contaminant didn't continue to move into households and continue to make their water undrinkable, or that we allowed contaminated water to flow to homes outside that area. So you shut the flow off.
Yes,
so when
we
you say
valved it off.
contaminant continued to move only at a certain level, area.
Yes, ma'am. So the contaminant, what I mean by that is, yes, we did valve it off. It didn't migrate to other parts of the city. But I'm going to use the term a slug of water that was bad. It didn't stay at the block, 700 block of whatever street. It continued to move throughout the system in that particular area. But the restrictions were in place that were under do not use, let alone do not consume. So we were being, I guess, conservative or proactive in making sure people didn't use it unknowingly, but that slug of water didn't stay still. It did migrate out of the system.
Mayor, I
Yes,
have a
Billy.
question, please, or a series of questions. When you were showing us, Allison, all of the potential, maybe residential situations that, given the small amount of contaminant that got in the system, how in the world can we manage that? I mean, is it manageable? I mean, when you talk about your shower and maybe your sewer backs up, and that hose hanging down, and, just the different scenarios you showed us,
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be
I guess
managed?
I think the answer to your question is yes, it can be managed, but it will take a more rigorous backflow or cross-connection program to be implemented. And that is one of the last slides that I have in this presentation, is talk about our path forward, lessons learned, those type of things, and how we go about being water purveyors, protecting our citizens, and making sure that an event like this, we do everything we can to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to hold my questions. I figured you had it coming, but
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I'm going to go back to these customer service inspections because I know that is what the crux of our investigation entailed, is having these inspectors. We brought in additional CSIs from McAllen, Brownwood, Abilene, and Lubbock, and we greatly appreciate those folks that came to help us. We did 85 inspections of 81 sites. 4 of those facilities had to be revisited, one because the storm was setting in and it didn't allow time to go through the entire facility. Some at the very beginning, when the McAllen folks were here, they had made notes to go back and check this, and they were trying to get through a series of commercial businesses. And so we did do some follow-up based off their investigations or inspections to go revisit and ask further questions and make sure that the proper person, a lot of times if you get the admin, she doesn't know a lot about the plumbing system when it comes to the facility, but waiting for a maintenance guy or something that could provide more details. 59 of those 81 sites received letters to address deficiencies. All of those letters have been mailed out and sent to those businesses. 34 of those 59 letters were to address deficiencies such as the hose bib vacuum breaker, which is this device. So this device, I believe we bought it at Lowe's yesterday, screws in on the hose bib, and then you would put your water hose on it. This prevents back siphonage. So if you do leave your water hose hanging or laying in that fountain or trough, whatever the case may be, this is the backflow prevention assembly that you would install. So 34.
That's inexpensive. So
yes, this was $6, almost $7, $6.50. But 34 of those 59 letters were to address buying these, and their hot water heater just didn't have enough of an air gap on their drain line. 25 of those 59 letters were to items such as adding, relocating, or upgrading the backflow assembly device. So they may have had a double check in their facility, and the inspector felt that based off their uses, they needed to upgrade to an RPBA, or a reduced pressure backflow assembly. That is the I guess, most robust backflow assembly that you can buy.
And what does one of those cost?
It would depend on the size. Depending on if it's a 1-inch service line within the facility or if it's a 4-inch, if we're requiring it at the meter, they can be thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars. It would greatly depend on the size of that service. Some of those 25 letters were to address soda machines and RO systems that just didn't have the right backflow assembly installed on them.
Say that again, because that tells you again how minor an event can be.
So 25, some of the 25, some were to address soda machine backflow assemblies or an RO unit backflow assembly. But what I want to, I guess, reiterate on this site is while we did find deficiencies, and that is a scary term, and I'm not trying to downplay any of these deficiencies because they can all be culprits of this contamination. What we didn't find in this investigation is the deficiency coupled with the chemical content or the ability for those chemicals to merge together to cause this event. And so we did not find the source of this contamination because we did not find definitive proof of both the deficiency and the chemicals that they were using to be able to enter into the water supply.
Do we have a time frame, Allison, on the letters that were sent out, time frame for the deficiency to be corrected?
Yes, I believe they have 30 days, and I will say that plumbers have already started calling. And due to the backlog of inventory, they're going to do what they can to get get their customer back up and running. But these, yes, those can be addressed well within 30 days.
Then again, just to say that on this particular instance, we can all do that, but most of us do not have in our homes the chemicals that created the problem. So it still could be a potential future problem, but we don't have those household chemicals generally.
The other thing that I want to state is that we've been in communication and even attended a training with TCEQ regarding cross-connection programs. And they will say that the most robust program cannot 100% prevent this from happening. You can put those measures in place and be as proactive and put all the protections in place, but there is always going to be, people do private plumbing work and they just don't know that what they're doing is a cross connection. And so there's always risk to the system, but we will be taking steps to make sure that we mitigate those risks. So Billy, this is to kind of answer some of your questions. We've been doing these CSIs as a part of the plumbing permit process. So when people pull plumbing permits, we're looking at those either new additions, those type of things to make sure that there is not a cross connection existing when they do that. The downfall of that is that not everybody pulls plumbing permits when they do work to their facility or to their home. High hazard backflow assemblies do have annual testing requirements, and we have been enforcing that. So we use what's called a VPO tracking system. VPO, to my knowledge, doesn't stand for anything in particular, but it is an online database that we use when a backflow assembly gets installed, such as an RPZ or a RPBA, the reduced pressure backflow assembly. It has to be tested before it can be put into service. That backflow assembly tester puts it in our system, and then notifications get sent to that customer, to that address location, reminding them your annual testing requirements are due at this time. And then we can also, they receive a series of notifications, but ultimately the last one will state, if you don't get this assembly tested, you will be subject to your water service being terminated. So the path forward is a more rigorous backflow and cross-connection program. We didn't have zero program, but we didn't have a rigorous and robust program. And so we're going to have to take measures to ramping up that program. And as an idea and a TCEQ recommendation is to bring in a committee that involves stakeholders both within the city. City involvement would be fire marshal because of fire flow systems have backflow assemblies on them. The health department, such as the soda machines, those type of things. Building official and inspectors, and then also the community. And so one of the first thoughts that we had was reaching out to the development task force. They're already an established group. And most of these things would involve work that they're around plumbers, backflow assembly testers, and our regional TCEQ folks would all be people that we would involve in our committee to make sure that we're being as robust and comprehensive as possible. This will result in an ordinance of adoption of additional plumbing requirements so that we make sure that we adopt and that we can have our CSIs go do inspections and that we have enforcement behind that to make sure that our public water system is safe for all users. And it will also take a team of dedicated employees that do nothing but CSIs. So currently we do CSI work in addition to another function, and it will be proposed to bring back where we have dedicated CSIs that go not only just to those that are modifying or pulling a plumbing permit, but go to these facilities because they haven't been to that facility in a while. Random inspections and those type of things are ones that we do maybe think could be a potential health hazard. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Lucy? I have a question, Allison. What would you tell the residents of Pauline right now that still are concerned with the water? I know that you said this is what we're going to do to make it safe, and you know, so many people do believe that it's safe, but then you have so many people that are still concerned that they are not real sure. What would you let them know?
So to me, the valving and the separation of the northern industrial area and the Pauline and the testing have resulted in none of those contaminants being present in the water. And that is factual information and available. So it is, the testing of the water has presented that it is drinking water standards.
And how long do you think it'll be till the other 29 residents in the industrial park will be able to, I know that you said you were working with it, TCEQ, but I was wondering, how long do you think till they still cannot use their water?
We're working hard to see if we can't get that done this week, if not as soon as possible. But it will depend on TCEQ in Austin and what they are, I guess, going to be comfortable with.
Describe what their comfort level is in terms of the water. It has to test a certain level for so many days. Is that why?
It doesn't have a specific, you have to go 10 days with clean water. Those requirements, they wanted to see the inspections get done. And so those inspections have been sent to them, showing those deficiencies and that we're getting those customers to address those deficiencies along with the testing. And we have informed them that the valving will stay separated at this time too. So I think with those three things, it should be able to, I guess, allow for their decision making to come quicker, but there's no specific day requirement.
Thank you, Allison. Billy?
Allison, when we talk about a more rigorous program, I'm assuming that you're talking about citywide.
Yes, ma'am.
That we would be looking at that citywide. And included in that program will be opportunities to identify what industrial users use what chemicals, because I'm sure there's a different combination of chemicals that could contaminate our water and just not the three that were identified, with this one.
There were more than three. Those were just the top three.
Well,
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
but I'm sure there are other chemicals that when combined could produce the same result. So included in that program will be the opportunity to identify what chemicals are used where?
Yes, ma'am. And specifically those that are being coupled with the water supply. So if they're mixing a chemical and water to create a solution that cleans something or produces something, that is what we're going to be mainly looking at, not because they have hand sanitizer at their sink in the bathroom, but because they are how they're using that chemical within their facility will be, yes, heavily looked at when they do these CSIs of existing facilities.
Tommy?
Allison, I assume, so I didn't hear, I may have missed it, but I didn't hear you specifically say those that have deficiencies that have been noted by one of the inspectors, we will be going back to verify their compliance with the backflow, back siphonage to address their deficiency?
Yes, we will. A lot of these did require that they pull plumbing permits to do that, and it is documented, and the building official is copied on that letter. But the ones that needed to install these, they would just need to give us a call back, and there's instructions in that letter to do so, so that we can go back and make sure that they did address what they were supposed to.
Thank you.
Do I have any further questions or comments anyone would like to make on Allison's presentation?
Thank you, Allison. Very good presentation. I appreciate.
Can I
this
ask if
information.
there's any comments from the public?
Thank you for all your hard work.
May I ask if there's an opportunity for anyone from the public, if they'd like to come forward at this point and ask questions or make comments? Yes, please come forward.
Dietrich Tillis, District 4.
You're done.
No. Just getting started. Just a few questions. Just a few questions just in terms of what was just presented here. 2 city council ago, we had residents from the Pauline community that basically complained that there was aroma that came from the faucet. And it was stifling to the point of nausea and vomiting that made their families sick. So I'm not a plumber, but I think we generally know that there's supply water and then there's wastewater. If we've already identified that this is not a source problem, so it didn't come from the actual source, and we actually saw the display of, I believe, that showed that it could come from a commercial space or a residential space. I know there's a lot of conversation in terms of putting things in place to catch it from a residential standpoint. But it's hard for me to see from a backflow perspective that from the faucet that it would produce an aroma that would cause nausea, vomiting. That would be the issue from a backflow perspective.
Correct. Allison, you want to come forward to address that. But yes, of course, again, it's a mixture of what the contaminants are. So there could be contaminants that have different smells from these smells, or contaminants that don't have a smell that could create a problem. So it just so happens in this case, the contaminants that created this problem had the mothball smell to them. But not all negative contaminants will have a mothball smell.
Correct. And from that delineation, further my point in terms of it's not a natural bacteria or virus that would cause something like that. It would have to be something more chemical.
Yes, and I will let our expert talk to that, but correct.
So we gave examples of those hoses that could be laying in ponds where you would see those bacteriological, or pools, those type of things. But a lot of people are filling up a fertilizer jug and they lay their hose in there. It's the same thing. So the contamination happened to be with those set of chemicals that produce that type of odor. The top 3 in terms of parts per billion were benzene, acetone, and naphthalene.
Any further comments or questions from the public? All right, with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break, and we will be back to move forward on the rest of the regular agenda. It is 9:54. We will be back here at 10:05. Everyone could please take a seat. It's 10:06. We are calling this meeting back to order at 10:06. And we will move into item B, consider resolution approving the award of emergency street repair contracts due to the effects of Winter Storm Uri and pursuant to Texas Local Government Code 252.022 to Reese Albert Incorporated and James D. Good Construction Incorporated in the aggregate amount not to exceed $1 million and authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute all related documents. Shane, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Shane Kelton, Executive Director of Public Works. As y'all all know, with the winter storm that we had, with all the snow and the ice and the lingering moisture that we collected on the streets and then the subsequent deep freeze that we had, we saw significant damage all over the city in our road structure, not only, well, all infrastructure, water pipes and everything else as well too, but our streets really took a beating around town. And so as we looked at some of those areas are quite large even. You look at South Jackson, you look at Huntington, Guadalupe streets, it's kind of all over town, but we actually had substantial damage to where we lost almost entire street segments due to the damage. And so with that, to try to expedite this as we're moving into spring, our wets are normally our wetter season, and we hope it's...
If all goes well.
Yeah, if all goes well, it's going to be our wetter season. And we wanted to expedite the repairs on these roadways. And so, some of these repairs are actually so large and so extensive that we, the city, don't actually own the equipment that we would need to actually do some of these repairs. And so we reached out to our construction community, and we got the two bids back, or the two, not bids, but they were...
RFQs?
RFP proposals. So we got two proposals back, and from Reese Albert and Good Construction, and want to use these two companies to help expedite these repairs on all these roadways around town and try to get them back in shape. So they don't get any worse than they have to be before we can actually get them repaired. And so the funding is coming from excess sales tax revenues from the 2019-2020 year that have been placed back into fund balance. And so those will be the funds that we utilize for this work. And we ask for y'all's approval to move forward with this.
What I think is important is how quick we can get to the projects, because I know if we do get into a rainy season, the deterioration will continue and get even worse than it is.
It'll be a lot worse than it is right now. If we start getting quite a bit of moisture and people still driving over the top of those roads, the damage will just continue in exponential fashion, rapidly. So we want to get on these as quick as possible.
So with that, do I have a motion?
To approve.
And a second. Any public comment? With no public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. None opposed. Motion passes. Get the roads done.
Hurry up. What you waiting on?
Item C, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving standards of care for recreation summer camp held at recreation centers for children ages 5 through 12. And Brent, you're on.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Daniel, council members. So we have a recreation summer camp every summer. It is summer camp for ages 5 to 12. Some of them turn 13, so you'll see that in there during the summer. So that's why I put the 13 in the ordinance. But they do different things. Last year was an issue because of COVID, but we still had it at a limited number, and we're going to move forward with having it again this year. But one of the things that we have to have, because we are not a licensed daycare facility, is with this ordinance signed. So we're here to seek approval for that.
Does anyone have questions for Brent? Then do I have a motion for approval? Moving by Lucy, second by Tom. Any public comment? With none, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item D, first reading and public hearing of an ordinance approving an amendment to a Plan Development District PD07-03 to allow an additional use of a water processing and delivery business and related accessory uses for property located at 2909 South A&M Avenue. And John, you're on.
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. As you mentioned, this is amending an existing plan development for a water processing facility at the site of an old, previously used as an elementary school on South A&M. It is an existing PD. As mentioned, it's in the neighborhood future land use category in our comprehensive plan. You can see that it is zoned residential single family all around it, and you'll see that some of the issues or concerns with this is from the neighboring residential uses, as this is a proposed processing type use that is typically not allowed within a residential area, but they're asking to amend the PD to allow it in some of the buildings on the campus. I know this is a little confusing, and it's changed since we created this slide, so we did send out our notices to the surrounding property owners. From those notices, we received 2 in favor and 11 in opposition. We also received petitions both in favor and in opposition. There were 17 property owners that signed the petition opposed, and 7 that signed the petition in favor. There were 4 property owners that signed both petitions, so we followed up with them, and all 4 of them revoked their opposition to the project. You'll note in the background information that this triggered a supermajority vote by City Council because more than 20% of the area of surrounding properties were opposed. With those withdrawals of opposition, that actually drops us to 17% of the properties around it opposed. So that means that it will not now require a supermajority vote, but would just require a regular majority. I'll also note while I'm mentioning that the ordinance specifically in the packet mentions the supermajority threshold, so you'll see that ordinance back on second reading, assuming you approve this, that it will remove that provision in that ordinance. This is just a summary. I'm going to skip over it pretty quickly, but it was so complicated because of the petitions and the letters and emails and people signing both. We use this chart to basically indicate who signed for and against for each property. A little bit of information background on this property. It was originally in 2007 approved for a planned development that would have allowed assisted group living as a use in the school. That never actually came to fruition. In 2013, an amendment was approved to that plan development to allow for the gymnastics academy, which did go in on the site and operated there for a number of years. They've since moved out. As I'm sure you know, we recently had a case where they moved into a church facility. This current proposed amendment, as I mentioned, would be used for water processing and delivery. Basically, they would use reverse osmosis treatment on the water to create bottled water that they would then deliver to customers. So staff is recommending against this particular amendment. We believe that the commercial use within the middle of a neighborhood is a little bit too intense for that area. Some of the concerns include traffic from delivery vehicles coming in and out, as well as noise. I'll come back to the traffic because the Planning Commission did actually recommend approval of this, and I'll mention some of the stipulations that they placed on it to address some of those concerns. Regarding noise, that's really a concern about the actual processing of the water and how loud that process might be. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, did disagree, and they recommended approval. Some of their thinking was that when this was used as a school, there was a lot more traffic than what this particular use would generate. And similarly with the gymnastics facility, there would be more traffic. Now, some of the flip side arguments to that is that the school and gymnastics facilities, those traffic periods were very limited, drop off and pick up at school, or very limited times of drop off and pick up at classes with the gymnastics gym. But I think it is a fair argument that the delivery of this water would not create the kinds of traffic that a gymnastics facility or school would.
Do you have information that you want to share now, or does it comes later in the presentation, how much traffic the water delivery?
I might defer to the applicant on that. They did say that it would be a limited number of trips, and as you'll see, one of the limitations placed on this, at least recommended by the Planning Commission, is to limit it to the size of vehicles to basically what the proponent has suggested that they would be using is just a full-size pickup truck with a trailer. There wouldn't be box trucks or 18-wheelers coming and going. And so I think that in the Planning Commission's mind, that addressed a big concern of the neighbors. I shouldn't say that ameliorated the concerns of the neighbors. They are still opposed, but that was a limit placed that the Planning Commission thought would help. There is no limit on the comings and goings of those vehicles, though. I think the proponent would say that they didn't expect many, but I think we all hope that if they come
Many is not a number, may I say.
Oh, right. Now that's, and they may have more specific answer, but I think we would all hope a business like this would go in wherever they go and be successful. So I think their hope would be that their delivery numbers would rise over time, and that would increase some of the traffic.
So the question mark number, or one question anyway, is, okay, so there are water delivery. Where do they get the water? So it's one thing about having it in a warehouse and then delivering it, but you also have to have product coming into the warehouse. So where does the water come from? Where does the plastic bottles come from? Because it's one thing about delivery, but you got to get it there first, and somebody's got to deliver it, and I'm assuming it will be delivered in larger than pickup trucks.
Well, and I would defer that question to the applicant. The water they're processing on site, so I'm assuming they're using city water, putting it through a treatment process and bottling it. But you're right, they're going to have to get the bottles from somewhere, and they're going to have to be brought in. But that question did not come up, and they have not answered, so I would assume they would be able to answer that one.
So we allow, the other question I have, we allow someone to bottle the water that we have from our water system and resell it?
Yes, I assume so. Most bottled water that you buy is actually treated municipal water from somewhere that they do some additional treatment.
I'm only asking because so many people say our water tastes terrible, and so I'm just wondering who's going to be the customer to buy this bottled water, is all I can say. And many people complain that our water is very expensive, so it's got to get a lot more expensive when you bottle it. So I'm just saying. Billy?
John, could you go back to the slide where you were showing the parameters for the area? Yes. So what's outlined in red there is the entire property?
Right, that's the entire school property. That's right.
Okay, and I noticed there were several buildings on that property. So if this is approved, they could do anything they want to on that property, pretty much, right?
Well, limited to the water processing, but yes, they could go in any building. Now, I think the applicant can probably tell you which of the buildings they plan to use. And so if that's a concern, you could, this isn't a condition recommended by the commission, but you could limit it to an individual building or something like that if that's made sense for you.
Did you go back to the slide that had the buildings? Okay, so...
So the building that they're talking about is simply the one on your left. The one on the right is adjacent to that, but the owner, I believe, owns all of that property.
They own all of the property, and so I would defer to them on what their plans are in terms of which particular buildings. And again, if they're successful, they may expand to use some of the other buildings for excess storage or of empty bottles or filled bottles. But I would defer to them on what their actual operations.
Do any other kind of business other than bottled water?
I believe the way it's written, they could technically still do the assisted living or a gymnastics academy,
right.
but
anything
otherwise,
that would fit within that PD.
Right, but nothing else beyond that. Just that's correct.
But any other commercial business could go in there.
Could not.
Could not.
No, it's a PD that limits it to those specifically listed uses.
The other concern I have in driving by the property is the terrible, terrible condition the Travis School is in. And the question mark is, I can't imagine one would have the ability to expand that business into that school based off of the condition that school in. It looks like it's had many, many, many more productive days in its life.
I should add, you'll see this to partly answer those questions. You'll see it on the conditions that the Planning Commission recommended, but they also recommended a condition that would not allow retail sales. So you couldn't go to that facility to buy your bottled water or to pick it up. It would be a delivery-only business. And so here are those recommended conditions. Vehicle limit based on gross vehicle weight, and those are all defined in our truck route ordinance. No on-site retail sales. Signage would have to meet RS1 standards, which limits it to a small signage. They couldn't have big signs or lit-up signs. Office space is allowed, but only related to that particular business. They couldn't use the facility for other kinds of office uses. The hours would be limited. Again, that was to address some of the concerns of the neighbors, so that there wouldn't be late night or early morning kinds of activities, so 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., that their lighting would be shielded so as not to affect the neighbors, and it would be turned off between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m., and then no outdoor storage allowed. So any of the storage of their empty bottles, filled bottles, would all have to be interior to one of the buildings. It could not be outside, in a fenced yard or anything like that. That was a pretty quick overview, but I'd be happy to answer any other questions if you have them.
Mayor?
Yes, Tommy?
John, did it happen to arise at the Planning Commission meeting? Did they seek other locations for this business?
I don't recall that being asked, but again, that would be a question for the applicant.
My assumption is it's just because the proponent owns the property and wouldn't have to seek another location. Okay, thank you.
So I'm just going to go back to this water concept. So there's a customer for bottled water using city water?
Yes, I think the short answer is yes. We have other water suppliers in town that provide bottled water to businesses and homes, and typically that is city water. Now, what they will say is they put it through another filtering process. So
where does that filtering process happen?
that is what happens on this site, and so that's the concern of the neighbors, that might be a loud process. Now, again, the applicant, I should let them speak for themselves, but the applicant has said that it's not that loud. I think they equated it to a running diesel pickup, which isn't quiet, but it's not super loud.
But it would be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., so it would be a consistent diesel noise level from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
It could be. Again, that's a question for them. It may be periodic. They may run it, turn it off, then run it again later. I don't know that it's a continuous operation, but that would be a question they might be able to answer.
Well, let's do this. Oh, go ahead, Lane. Well, let's make a motion before we start taking public comment, because he can make a presentation, I think, or I don't care. Do you want him to make a presentation before we?
The presentation.
All right, let's go ahead and have is the applicant in the audience, I'm assuming? So if you'll come forward. Good morning.
Gabriel, the owner at Travis Elementary.
And are you also the one who's going to be operating the business?
No, ma'am.
So is a person who's operating the business here as well?
He is not.
Because I think we have a lot of questions for the operator of that business that I think we have to get from him. I'm not comfortable having it just be the property owner commenting. I think we have to have the business owner commenting as well today. That's my perspective. But let's do this. Let's go ahead and have questions presented to you that council might want answered. We'll start with that. So who has a question for Jack?
First question would be, the lease of the property would be the entire PD or just to the gymnasium?
Just to the gymnasium.
Just to the gymnasium, okay. I'll have some others here in a second if someone else has questions.
Do I have Tom?
Jack, we've had discussions about this. So how many vehicles will you have running in, or will the proprietor owner have running in and out of there?
Starting out just one 3/4 or 1-ton pickup.
Please talk into the mic, Jack, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, one 3/4 or 1-ton pickup, starting out, and then as business picks up, he said possibly 2 or 3. He has the same business model in Odessa, Texas, and he said right now they run it with 3 trucks, and they've been operating there for years.
Is it in a residential area?
I'm not sure.
Because the issue is not the business concept, it's about being in a residential area. So again, I think we need to have some reference to that.
Right. And just visiting with all the neighbors, and I even, on March the 3rd, I sent out a letter to approximately 50 other neighbors. And all the feedback that I'm getting from the neighbors is most of them would even sign up for the business. I'm just having very few people that are against it. I think originally what had happened, a couple of the neighbors had gone around and said that it was going to be run with 18-wheelers running, and this is the feedback I'm getting from my neighbors. The business was going to be run with 18-wheelers running up and down the streets 24 hours a day, running over kids, and we were selling methamphetamines. So once I explained this to, I mean, I can't tell you how many hours I've spent trying to catch every one of the neighbors. I've had 3 of them that did not sign my in favor of, that was against the opposition letters. They're just all for it. So what I did, I sent out a letter. I gave everybody about a week. I had the owner of the business that will be leasing the building. I had them come out, and we just put on a presentation. Very few people showed up because very few people were in opposition of it. Everybody said, matter of fact, most of them said they would sign up for the service.
When you had your public meeting, how many showed up?
I'm going to say I visited with about 5 or 6 out in the parking lot, and then maybe 3 came into the actual gymnasium, listened to the presentation. That gym was built for band, and it's got sound dampening walls, and you know, that's basically, it's tin on the inside, and there's holes all in it, so it just absorbs lots of noise. And all of this equipment running at the same time is basically about 78 decibels, which is that roughly of a diesel pickup at idle. With the doors closed, you will not hear any noise, even from the highway, much less across the street to the neighbors. We did run some tests on that as well. Even with the doors open, there's not much noise there to deal with.
Lucy?
So are you the owner to the property adjacent to it, like the school park? Is that also your property?
Yes, ma'am. Well, when you say adjacent to, everything that was inside the red, yes.
Okay, so that's all your property?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see yourself selling it to them in the future?
To the owners of this business?
Water dispensary?
Possibly. It's a lease right now. It's a
Right.
2-year lease. And he would be limited to, it's just for the gymnasium, not for any other property.
Right, but like in the future, would you be thinking of leasing it later on, is what I'm saying?
Leasing it to this guy?
Right.
Sure, yes, ma'am. Yeah, if he wanted to extend the lease, if the
Lease or
business.
sell, regardless, if he, let's say he completes his lease in 2 years,
Uh-huh.
and then he goes, okay, I want to buy it, plus I want to buy this other part, because I'm going to expand now. That's
Possibly so, yes. But the way I understand it with this PD, it would be limited to, or y'all could limit it to the gymnasium only. The gymnasium and that parking lot. And, you know, that's kind of our agreement right now.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have questions from other council members?
Is there anything we've brought up that we haven't brought up that we should have? I mean, as far as discussions here, because I mean, we're going to have several people come behind you and talking this. I guess have you paid property tax on this?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you owned the property?
Sir?
How long have you owned the property?
Since 2008.
Okay. So it's been on the tax roll since 2008.
Yes, sir. And the only thing, if y'all do approve it, what I would like to add, and I'm good with all of the possible conditions. On number 6, though, all outdoor lighting shall be turned off between 10 and 7 a.m. I've had lights on there, you know, since 2008. I have not had one complaint on them. If we could, because it's kind of a security issue, if you just turn all your lights off at night, I think it makes the neighborhood a lot safer having lights on. So if I could scratch that so that we could leave the current lighting on at night. I would
Lighting's
appreciate
been
it.
there since 2008, since you've
Yes,
owned it?
exact same lighting, yes, sir. Hadn't done anything to it.
But no additional parking lot lights, stadium lighting shining down.
Correct.
Is that written in the description, John, that we're not seeing? Is that something that we need to add if this does pass? I still would like to hear from the business owner.
Yeah, I want Jack to have an opportunity to explain everything from his perspective. We have people in the audience who I want to hear from, but I'm going to ask that we not make a motion for approval today until the business owner himself can be here to answer our questions, because I think we need to be able to do that.
Regarding the lighting, it does not limit it because of the limits of hours. There was no limit on the amount of lighting. You could, if you take away the prohibition on lighting overnight for security lighting, you could have some sort of provision that only the existing lighting or only lighting required for security, et cetera. That could be. I'll just add one more thing based on your comment, Mayor. One option that you have, you could table this until the next meeting. You could also simply approve it on first reading, and then when we come back on second reading, we could put it back on as a public hearing.
But we can. Anyone who's attended this morning and would like to offer public comment, we certainly want to hear from you. And then we will table the vote until the next meeting. Okay. So any further questions for Jack? With none, we will open it up for some public comment. And anyone who would like to come forward and comment, please do.
Morning.
Morning.
I'm Mike Wise. I serve as the Chancellor for the Catholic Diocese of San Angelo. Before I begin, I'd kind of like to set the record straight. Could you put that map back up again? Yeah, see that number, section 11 there, all that in red? We own that western 2.5 acres of that.
Point that out again. I'm not sure I understand what area you're talking about.
See that area 11?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, right. That western 2.5 acres there, next to those residences, we own that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's been completely disregarded in this discussion.
So we need some clarification, John. Why would that be highlighted as if that's the entire property we're talking about and it's owned by different people?
Here you go with this right here.
Only thing I can say is that perhaps we get this information from the appraisal district rolls and their records, so their records may be out of date. We can definitely, before the next meeting, go research that and make sure we've got the boundaries correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we purchased that maybe a month or two ago.
Okay, so recent, so they might not have updated them.
Right. I guess the other question I would have is, notwithstanding majorities and supermajorities and all this sort of thing, the staff for the Planning Commission that examined section or looked at 7 criteria in regards to section 212G of the zoning ordinance said that 6 of the 7 criteria were not met. And because of that, they recommended that this be disapproved. Now, my question would be, why would the Planning Commission, when only 6 of these 7 criteria, when only one of these 7 criteria, was favorable, and the only reason that was is because the building was already there. Why would they just completely disregard not only the recommendation of their own staff, but completely disregard section 212G? I'd like an answer to that question.
All right, John,
what is
would
their
you like to
criteria
come
for that?
forward?
I guess without the ordinance in front of me, I don't specifically know the 212G. That's the one with the criteria. Is that? Well, I mean, I guess the short answer is, as I mentioned, staff is recommending denial, and in your packet, we included the rationale that we had for denial based on those criteria. Obviously, the Planning Commission makes their independent judgment, and after reviewing all the information and hearing all the public comments, they believed that it was a reasonable use of the property and so recommended approval. Those criteria are all subjective criteria that, I mean, otherwise we would look down a checklist and say, yes, it's good, or no, it's not. That's why we have a public process like this for you all to make that judgment. So part of what you're doing is reviewing an application in light of all those criteria and making your
I think we
decision.
still deserve seeing what those 6 out of the 7 are about. I think we need to understand that. Do you?
It's in the staff report in your packet.
I would like it read in public.
I'll pull that up and we can get that.
One has a copy of it right now.
So the first criteria is it compatible with plans and policies? So the adopted comprehensive plan. Again, the staff position is that, the staff position is that because this is designated as a neighborhood, that this type of intensive commercial activity is not consistent with that recommendation. The second one is it consistent with the zoning ordinance? Again, the underlying zoning of the surrounding area is residential single family. And so, again, with the same logic that this commercial use is perhaps too intense for that surrounding single family area. The next one is compatible with the surrounding area. Again, these in some ways these are a little redundant, but by the same rationale that bringing traffic and potential noise into the neighborhood with homes so close may not be consistent or compatible with the surrounding area. Are there changed conditions? I think the changed conditions are that this was a school. Schools and churches are generally allowed in residential areas, and they're very difficult to deal with because once they close, you're not going to put a single family home. And so what do you do with a closed school or church? And often people want to look at possible, limited commercial activities, gymnastics facilities, things like that. And each one of them are very difficult when they come to you to determine, is that compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? I think the changed conditions are that some of the previous uses of this school site have gone away, and so it's sitting there vacant. And so one argument in favor of this would be putting that facility to some use would be beneficial to the community. Effect on the natural environment, we did not believe there would be any negative impact on the natural environment. Community need, we believe that there is a community need for commercial uses. However, staff's opinion is that it's not necessarily an appropriate use at this particular location. And then is it consistent with the development patterns of the area? And again, as an area for neighborhood development, this may be too intensive of a use for the surrounding area.
Thank you for reading that for public.
Mr. Weiss?
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
What's the church going to do with the property?
We would foresee in the coming years on that 2.5 acres that we purchased, probably putting a gymnasium in it for the kids to use. Okay. It would also be possible to expand the school into that area.
The church school.
Yeah. I guess some other a couple other quick concerns I have is talked about the condition of those schools. Matter of fact, you mentioned yourself what poor condition of the schools are. For a year or so, maybe 2 years, we had been considering buying that whole thing. But we've looked at those buildings very, very closely, and what with the asbestos abatement and everything that would be needed for them and the condition that they're in, we felt that you'd almost be better off just to level them and rebuild. So, but I suppose that's, for somebody else to decide what they'd want to do. I don't see that this is going to be just a retail business.
It Can't be retail, I think.
Manufacturing is what it is, yeah. And you know, I just don't feel that's fitting for a residential area where the churches are and so on. And, you know, somebody mentioned the lighting, you know, and whether it would disturb people or not. Well, I don't know about that, but we already saw how that went on an earlier case this morning, so I wouldn't have a whole lot of positive comments on that. But in general, we just feel that this particular intersection of A&M and Oxford is a pretty busy intersection as is, because there's a lot of traffic comes down A&M, a lot that comes down Oxford. We just don't feel that the added traffic is I think starts to become a safety issue for the kids that go to school there.
Thank you very much. Further public comment? Please come forward, state your name, your address, or SMD area, please.
Hi, my name is Flo Loika at 2790 Harvard, and I'm in Lanes District 5. One of my neighbors got COVID, so he wrote a letter, and I'd like to share it with you, if I may. Good morning. I'm Erin Byer, and I reside with my wife and 3 children at 2793 Harvard Avenue, directly across the street from the property in question, 2909 South A&M Avenue. This has been an interesting and confusing experience. When the first letter went out, I, like many of my neighbors, really didn't know what to think. The average person just isn't knowledgeable on the ins and outs of zoning, along with the pros and cons of proposed changes. It's unfortunate that we were asked to vote on something we were not knowledgeable on. Initially, I was somewhat neutral on the idea. I didn't like the idea of living next to a commercial property, but didn't have any real factual, well-thought-out reasons why, and even expressed this to the property owner. Thankfully, on February the 15th, and then again on March the 15th, the Planning Commission provided all the information required to know that this is without a doubt a horrible idea. Section 212G of the zoning ordinance requires that the Planning Commission and City Council consider at minimum 7 factors in determining the appropriateness of any rezoning request. The report provided by the Planning Commission, the subject matter experts, showed that this request does not meet 6 of the 7 categories. This should be case closed based on the information alone. But the zoning committee chose to ignore the information, including the valid concerns of adding noise and traffic. During the March 15th zoning committee meeting, one member argued that since the property used to be a school, the residents were accustomed to having extra noise in the neighborhood. So there's no problem with the business being started. This is deeply flawed logic, as many residents, myself included, did not live here at that time and really calls into question the motive behind such a statement. I should not have to pay for the sins of others who lived in the neighborhood at that time, me included. Additionally, the zoning committee suggested increasing the business from 9 to 5 to 7 to 7. We've been promised by Jack Gabriel, the current property owner, that the business will have no noticeable noise and we will not hear absolutely anything from the street in front of the property. I'm concerned that should be inaccurate and we hear the hum of machinery 12 hours a day. Who's going to police this problem? My guess is that no one is, and the residents will be stuck with this burden that will, without question, lower property values. Additionally, there is a concern of spot zoning occurring. Should this pass, it'll only become easier for more areas surrounding the property being rezoned for commercial purposes. I do understand that this is great for business, but this is a quiet, peaceful neighborhood that will be ruined should this occur. Finally, I ask that you please consider whether or not you would want a commercial business right outside your front door. Consider the potential negative impact this would have on you, your family, your home's value, and your neighborhood. Should the proposed rezone pass, you will hurt a wonderful neighborhood. While it may not impact you directly, please do not force others to live with a problem that you yourselves would not be willing to live with. Thank you for your time. Okay, on me, I've lived there 40 years. I was there when the school was there. I was there when the gymnasium. This is for kids. This is not for financial gain. I I just don't think this is appropriate. There's plenty of commercial businesses around town. I was a business owner for 35 years. I owned Altex Irrigation and Supply on Jackson, a wonderful, thriving business with 4 employees. It was a multi-million-dollar business. Jack needs to take the business and go somewhere else. I understand he owns the property, but he knew it when he bought it. He knew it was residential. He knew that it was a school. So that's my feeling. Thank you.
Further public comment? With none, we have a motion to table the item. Do I need to go ahead and take a second on that? Do I have a second on that? Second by Billy. Any further public comment on tabling this item? If not, we'll take a vote. All in favor of tabling this item, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
1 opposed, 6-1. Item will be tabled. Thank you. We'll move on to item E, first reading and public hearing of ordinances establishing a process and standards for encroachments into the public right-of-way. An ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 12, Planning and Development, creating a new Article 12.10 regarding encroachments and related revisions to the sign regulations in Article 12.04, and 2, an ordinance amending the City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 8, Offenses and Nuisances, Articles 8.05 and 8.06 regarding obstructions. And John, you're on.
Thank you. Again, John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. I'm going to go through some of this pretty quickly because there's a lot of information, but in short, this is establishing a formal process for encroachments into the right-of-way. This is currently not in the ordinance, but we do have a process that's been used for decades. But this basically puts it into the code. But one of the main things that this does is also create a process for administrative approval by staff. Right now, if anybody wants to install, a canopy downtown, even in some cases light fixtures or benches or planters, anything like that that goes into the public right-of-way has to come to you all for approval. This part of what this will do is allow an administrative option for some of those minor things, and I'll get into what those include in just a minute. It does also codify some of the design standards. For example, if you're putting in something in downtown, you have to maintain ADA compliance for the sidewalk. You can't block the sidewalk and things like that. So as I mentioned, the current process requires all encroachments to come to the City Council. There's a $450 fee. It takes usually 4 to 6 weeks to go through that process. The new process will be similar for some things. It will still go to City Council, but it creates a new administrative option for some encroachments that would reduce the time to 2 to 4 weeks. We're proposing a fee that you'll see at the next item, or next council meeting, when this is on second reading, for those administrative fees would be reduced to $200 for those. This was reviewed by all city departments that would be affected. It was also run by the Development Task Force, and they had no objections to this. We believe that this actually helps move forward for folks who want to put some type of encroachment in the right-of-way. The administrative option, it would require approval by both the planning director and the city engineer, and some of the things that it would allow those are awnings and canopies without support posts. If they do have a support post, they would have to come to you all for those support posts in the right-of-way. Trees and landscaping can be approved by staff instead of having to come to the city council. Movable signs, less than 6 square feet. Those are typical in the central business districts where a restaurant will put out a little sandwich board sign that says their specials for the day. As long as they're maintaining an open sidewalk, they would be able to do those without coming to you all. Sometimes buildings, to meet ADA compliance, have to build like a ramp. And so if their ramp doesn't go too far into the right-of-way, those can be approved administratively as well without having to come to you all. Outdoor public art that's been approved by the Public Art Commission or that's been previously authorized by City Council also wouldn't have to come back to you. It could be approved by staff. And then certain sidewalk furniture and surfaces, lighting, fixtures, things like that, that aren't associated with a patio or dining area, because if a restaurant, for example, wants to have outdoor seating out in the sidewalk area, that would have to come to you all anyway. And then basically anything that wasn't on that list would still have to come to the city council for approval. Also, if the planning director and city engineer aren't comfortable approving something that is eligible for administrative approval, those could also be sent to the city council. If it's denied by the planning director and city engineer, that can be appealed by the applicant to city council as well. Some of the minimum standards, probably won't read through all of these, but basically it's safety kinds of things, not blocking fire lanes, loading zones, maintaining the unobstructed sidewalk clearance, no closer than 18 inches to the curb. That would allow for vehicle overhangs, not to damage things. Vertical clearance, this is basically consistent with the building code that there's a height limit. You know, an awning or a canopy can't be lower than say 9 feet. Well, I'm sorry, that's 7 feet. This is a different item within vision triangles. So at an intersection, that area between 2 and 9 feet has to be clear so that vehicles looking around the corner won't have something blocking their vision. And then this is the 7-foot clearance for things like signs, lights, awnings, canopies, have to maintain that height clearance so that people and things can pass under them. There are some exceptions, small encroachments, less than 4 inches. So technically now, even things like a light fixture that's directly on the building that only extends out a few inches has to come to you all for approval. We've built in some exceptions for things like that, or a mailbox that's out in the right-of-way. Trees, certain trees are exempt outside the central business district. We already have in a separate part of city code a requirement that removal of trees has to come to city council, so this does not change that. Projecting signs, this is consistent with the sign ordinance that's already a provision. Business can have a sign that kind of sticks out vertically over the sidewalk. Those would still be allowed and can be approved administratively. And then we have some encroachments that are governed by other ordinances like wireless communication facilities, utility poles, street signs. This would not affect those. Those would still be allowed and can be approved through those other existing processes. Staff does recommend approval of these amendments. You'll note that it does amend a few different sections of the code, including the zoning ordinance and the planning and development section of the code, as well as the sign ordinance. This did go to the Planning Commission. They also recommended approval unanimously. They did make a minor change, removing a word temporary pertaining to outdoor public art. As it was originally worded, it would not have allowed permanent art, and that wasn't really the intent. So we agree with that minor edit. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a couple concerns. Two events have happened over the past year that I think have been very problematic and have been approved because, quote, we gave you planning, not you, but planning, the authority to move forward without coming to council. One would be the big sign that was put by the fort and the museum. That's the big outdoor sign by the railroad tracks. And that should have never been approved. But unfortunately, because it's allowed to be approved, it was approved. And so we didn't catch that. And so now we have this horrible outdoor sign that's just horrible. And then we have another one that is right now in the historic district that, again, there's nothing in the code or the ordinance that prevents you from approving it. And I say you, not to be pointing fingers at you, but because it lands on your desk and you have the authority to do it, and there's nothing in the ordinance that prevents you from approving it. And yet I think the reality is, if it would have come to a city council vote, we would have not voted to allow that sign to happen. So those are the reasons I would not approve this and would vote against it, because it opens up the door for things like these two examples to have happened that are wrong.
I understand your concern. I will say that those are on private property, which are regulated by different standards. And so these are items that would be built out in the public right-of-way, basically the street or sidewalk areas. But I understand that concern that you may want to see all of these. And if there's any concern, I will say that one of the reasons that we were asked to look at this initially was for things like canopies in the downtown that already have to go through a Design and Historic Review Commission approval, and then staff has to review them to certain standards as well. And it's just an extra hurdle for someone who wants to put in a canopy or awning or even certain light fixtures and things like that to have to come to city council every time they want to do that.
And I agree with that. I don't like extra hurdles put up and a time frame to continue to drag out the process of approval on something simple like this. But I just want to remind everyone what happens, and of course it's a different set of circumstances, but those circumstances have created two really big eyesores that once done, you can't get rid of. Sure. And so I just throw that out there.
I'll add one more thing. If the whole council agrees with that sentiment and doesn't want to approve that, I would urge you to approve the ordinance, but excluding that section about administrative approvals, because the rest of this is basically codifying our existing process and putting things in the ordinance that we've actually been doing for years. And so I wouldn't, in other words, I wouldn't deny the whole thing if that's your feeling.
Harry?
I'm going to take a little bit different point of view than the mayor is right now, and I appreciate her concern, because what we do today will impact future councils. But in my conversation with some of the business owners downtown, they want to make this process not so cumbersome. So from my perspective, I would like to see, if not this exactly, this ordinance, something very similar to it, because I want to shorten this length of time that it takes somebody to get something done to their property that they think will enhance it. And quite honestly, I personally think this is the direction we should be going in. But I may be I may be in the minority on this, but I would like to see something that helps these business owners get this process done quicker than what they're going through right now.
As I stated, I do too. I just want to make sure we prevent, because we set you up for failure in that sense by approving these things that allows you to not be able to say no, because the ordinance allows you administratively to do that. And so you don't have the ability not to do it. And then we end up with these problems. So I'm not sure what direction we can take. Tommy?
John, can you, if you feel like it is not appropriate in the right of way, administratively you could say no, couldn't you?
Yes, under this, we could either say no or simply defer it to you all for a decision. So I would say if there's anything that we think might be controversial at all, we would likely push it onto you all. It's really the everyday things that 100% of them get approved. We want to try to make it simpler for the applicant to not have to go through as long a process.
I agree with Harry. To me, this administratively, this is the better way to go. I would make a motion that we approve item E 1 and 2 as presented.
Do I have a second? A second by Harry. Do we have any public comment? I'm just going to make a public comment. I too support simplifying and not dragging out situations to the point it becomes a negative. People want to get the businesses open and running as quickly as possible. My question mark is the fine. How do we prevent the other two examples that you're fully aware of from not happening again, and whether it is language that we need to tweak a bit in this piece of it, or if it's another ordinance that we need to bring back to tweak to correct that. We need to know how to do that, because we've got two major issues that have had to be approved because there's no reason not to approve administratively, and now we're stuck with them.
To answer part of your question, those issues are not related to this ordinance because those were on private property. This only affects the right-of-way. So if we were wanting to make changes to address that, it wouldn't be in this ordinance. It would have to be a different
So I
ordinance.
just need that clarification. Okay, thank you. Yes,
So what
Lucy?
So what you're saying is the two incidents that the mayor's talking about, that is on private property, and no matter what, we wouldn't have been able to prevent that from, I don't know what she's
Well,
talking about.
I wouldn't say that necessarily. It wouldn't be affected by this ordinance.
Okay.
It's basically that the sign ordinance allows signs just by right in certain locations, and those were signs that happened to be allowed under the ordinance. Upon looking at them, I think staff would agree with the mayor that those were not appropriate locations, but our current sign ordinance allowed signs, billboard signs in those locations. So the fix to that is a couple of fixes. One is change to the sign ordinance. Another that is actually coming forward soon is some expansion to the central business district in which billboards aren't allowed, or the downtown design district also, which does not allow billboards. So if those two areas had been included in those design districts or the central business district, they wouldn't have been allowed, but they just happen to have a different zoning.
Thank you. With that, when there was no further public comment, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Item F, first public hearing and introduction of an ordinance amending the budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, and ending September 30th, 2021 for capital items, grants, and programs.
Thank you, Mayor. Tina Deersky, Director of Finance. I have a quick budget amendment for you here, budgeting for some grants. First of all, we have the WIC program. They're receiving additional funding, so we're going to budget for that revenue and the expense of $193,000. Next is insurance proceeds from TML related to auto and building damage that we incurred during the storm last year. Again, insurance proceeds from TML to replace a police unmarked vehicle from that same storm for hail damage. Budgeting for that $1 million expenditure for winter storm street repairs that we talked about earlier in the agenda out of excess sales tax. This is the remaining $234,000 coming from the PFC fund balance that will fund the airport entrance road. That bid will be coming back to you at the next city council meeting for award and acceptance if you should choose to do so, as well as the second reading of this budget amendment, which will go on regular agenda so that we can approve the bid before. Next, these next two, I believe, are for additional funding to the airport from the FAA related to the COVID-19. The first one in the amount of just over $1 million, and the next one in the amount of $14,219. And that's all I have for you on the budget
Do we have any
amendment.
questions for Tina? With none, may I have a motion?
Move approval.
Move approval by Tommy, seconded by Tom. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will now break for our closed session. Executive session under the provision of Government Code Title V, Open Government Ethics, Subtitle A, Open Government, Chapter 551, Open Meetings, Subchapter D, Exceptions to Retirement, that meetings be open under the following sections. A, 551.087, Economic Development Negotiations regarding Project 2021-L029, Business Prospect Negotiations concerning Airport Hangar. And B, 551.072, deliberations about real property regarding Block 18, San Angelo Edition. At this point, we will be in closed session, and so we'll be back shortly.
We will call this meeting back to order. It's 12:44 a.m. p.m. p.m.
It is AM, I think.
The way we feel.
And so item A on the agenda is follow-up and administrative issues. Consider items discussed in closed session. There are none. Item B is announcements and consideration of future agenda items. Are there any? With none, we will call for a motion for adjournment.
Move we adjourn.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It is passed. We are officially adjourned at 12:44 as well.